Okay, then it's time to start. Welcome to TePe, Sigeman and Company chess tournament. We are back after a 2 years break, and we hope for exciting games as usual. The first round was a little bit strange with the drawing of lots. The 3 higher rated players are playing the lower half, and they are all playing with the white pieces. So we can expect decisive games, I think. We start to take a look at the game between Bado Jobava and Nils Grandelius. They have played 3 times before. Jobava has won 1 game, and the other 2 has been a draw. But in all these 3 games, Nils has been playing with the white pieces, and now he's black. Jobava, he's known for playing all kind of strange openings. Today he's playing not absolutely normal, but not completely crazy, at least. He started with d4, Nils played knight f6, and then bishop g5, the Trompovsky. And that's played quite a lot, but not the most usual, of course. And black has a lot of different options. Normal, or most played, knight e4 to hit the bishop. It moves, normally to f4, and then c5, trying to put your queen on b6 and attack b2. Normal tactic when the bishop is out so early. Nils is playing a little bit more solid. He's playing the move e6. And now white has 2 different plans. He can try to use the pin on the knight and play e4. It's not possible to take, of course, because we have this pin on the queen. Normally black responds with h6. White has to take, and queen takes. And white has got the center, but black has got a pair of bishops. Good or bad? We don't know. It's a matter of taste, maybe. So this is one way to play, but Jobava played knight g2. And now Nils responded with c5, which is normal move. Again, maybe the queen is coming to b6, we don't know. But he is also attacking the center pawn. And normal now from white is to play e3. So you can take back with e pawn. But Jobava surprised with playing c3. Not the most usual move. Of course it cannot be bad. But now when Nils takes on d4 and the pawn takes back, it seems like this knight on g2 is a little bit misplaced. We would have liked to have this knight on c3. So there has been an exchange in the center. Black is solid, but there's problem maybe with his bishop on c8 to develop this one. But the white knight is a little bit strange on d2. He's played knight c6, hitting the pawn on d4. White has to defend. Plays h6. And Jobava has played bishop h4. And this is where we are right now. So they have developed, exchanged 1 pawn, and the game begins. So what should black do? Bishop e7 could be one move. Are we afraid of e4 maybe? Then we should play d5. So we can play this move, for example. Or, like the usual with the bishop on h4, you can come with a queen and hit. Maybe I should hit this in, do it in red maybe, like this. This is the weak pawn. So possible to play d5, queen b6, but not much happening right now. Jobava, he has used 1.5 minutes to make these moves, and Nils has soon used 20 minutes. So he has been starting to think. We play with a little bit longer thinking time than usual. We have 100 minutes for 40 moves. After this, we get 50 minutes for the next 20 moves, and after this, 15 minutes for the rest of the game. And from move 1, 30 seconds per move. That means if we play 40 moves, it's exactly 2 hours for each player, and for the next 20 moves, it's exactly 1 hour, and then we have these 15 minutes. But normally we play with 90 minutes, but now they have an extra 10 they can use whenever they like. Okay, we go for the next game. I can see that they have made a lot of moves in the game between Nigel Short and Erik Blomqvist. They have never played before. Erik Blomqvist is new on this level, you could say. He played the last Sigeman tournament, but he has reached, this rating is now on 2550 circa. He has reached last year or two. Nigel, he is an e4 player by heart, but he has played d4 sometimes. Knight f3, I've seen he played in this senior world championship, team senior world championship, I should say. He just played, and he played knight f3, but that was against players he think he can beat with whatever move he play, I think. But e4 is his main move, has always been. Blomqvist, he plays the Sicilian, but he also plays e5, which he chooses. And now they are playing the Ruy Lopez, or the Spanish, the main variation. And this is played thousands of times, of course. If black would have played short castle, then you could expect that the Marshall gambit was on the agenda. c3, then d5. But normally white is not allowing this anymore. They play moves like a3 or h3 or h4 and so on. a4. But Blomqvist, he plays d6, so now it's nothing to be afraid of. So white plays c3, castle, h3, because if you go d4 immediately, which is white's plan, then black will pin. And that's a little bit annoying. You have problems with the pawn on d4. But this is also a theoretical variation, but normally white wants to avoid it. So white plays h3. And now black can choose from a lot of moves, the old variation, so to speak, the Sigeman variation. Knight a5, bishop c2, and c5 is played a lot, of course. We have also another old variation, the Breyer variation, knight b8 to come to d7, play c5, also well known. And there are some more. What do we have? We have h6, which I think is called Smyslov variation. And what Erik played, bishop b7, Zaitsev. d4 and rook e8. And now white must be a little bit careful because the e4 pawn can soon be attacked, because we have a rook on e8 and we have a bishop on b7 and a knight on f6. So he has to take care of this pawn on e4. They defend, and now when black plays bishop f8, there is even more threat against this e4 pawn. White plays d5, and the knight goes back, and all these moves were played quickly. Knight f1 was played, knight d7, and now I think Short played an unusual move, because up to here it's well known. Normally you go with a knight to g3, or you play something like this knight to h2 to come with a queen and attack like this. And white is actually waiting for black to make this bishop good again, because black is going to play c6 sooner or later, because he has to activate his own bishop on b7. This bishop is now hitting this defended pawn, doing nothing. So black is going to play c6 to activate his own bishop, but then also this bishop will be active. But Short played bishop g5. Not played very often. A little bit strange, because the move looks very normal, actually. And after this, Blomqvist started to think, but then he played knight c5, attacking this bishop on b3. It has to go away. And normally when you have attacked this bishop, then you want to play c6 to activate your own bishop on b7. So now, before he did his c6 move, he wanted to chase away the bishop from b3. And there are different plans. One plan is for white to play b4, the knight is moving, and the bishop comes back. But we will see. Bishop c2, last move. Blomqvist is thinking. Okay, we take a quick look at game number 3. It's the top seed, Pavel Elyanov. He's playing white against Harika Dronavali from India. And they have not played many moves. Elyanov started with knight f3. He can play every move, actually. I've checked it. He played e4 and d4 and knight f3 in the last tournament. So, not so easy to prepare. Dronavali played knight f6, and then Elyanov played b3, and I guess all preparation done by Dronavali yesterday is now out of the window. But Elyanov has paid a price. He has not played the most critical opening. But he wants a game without so much theory, and he's hoping he's going to outplay Dronavali in the middle game. They have never played against each other before, so this is also first time meeting. Dronavali played d6, hinting that you want to play something with King's Indian. But now I think the big point is that you want to play e5. But Elyanov is stopping this, he's playing d4. So he's putting his pawn on d4, which makes a little bit of strange impression when you are going to put the bishop on b2 later on, because you have to put your pawn on d4. Yeah.
Where do you think Elyanov thought for about 12 minutes on that move?
Well, I've got a question why Elyanov thought, they say, for about 10 minutes for this after d6.
Yeah.
No preparation on d3? No preparation made for this, maybe. I'm not sure, but there is a lot of things we don't know. Maybe he was out catching a cup of coffee. Maybe he was on the toilet. He was thinking, okay. We never know. We sit in another room, so we don't know what's going on. He is just choosing maybe between different variations he knows. Who knows? d4 still looks normal. He wants to stop black from playing e5. g6, as expected. Knight b2, normal. When you have played b3, it's very difficult not to play bishop b2 soon. Bishop g7, g3, also so sort of double fianchetto from white. And now black played a very strange move. Bishop d7, which is the normal move, is of course to castle. This is what you would expect. White would have played bishop g2, and then black can actually choose whatever setting he like. White does not put any pressure on black. The knight can be d7, you can play c6. But what's the point of this bishop d7? Looks very strange to decide so early where you want to have your bishop. One good thing is that now I think Elyanov is out of preparation. This move I cannot have analyzed for many hours yesterday. It's impossible. But he's thinking. Normally, you would play bishop g2 almost immediately because you have played g3 and black would castle and white would castle. And then what?
Queen c8.
Queen c8. And what's the point? Yes, you want to exchange the bishop, of course. So that's the point of bishop d7. Wants to exchange the bishop on h3. Okay, and if we are white and we understand that black is going to play this and this, then we have to have a plan against it. If we are going to take it, then we shall not move this bishop. If we are going to take on h3. Short break.
I just need 1 minute.
So if you're going to take on h3, you are not going to move the bishop on f1, then you can win a tempo. But normal would be to play bishop g2, and then when the bishop came to h3, you just castle and defend it with the king, and you take back with the king. But now he's thinking, he's probably also a little bit surprised. But I think Elyanov understands what's going on, that the bishop is coming to, the queen is coming to c8. If white wants to stop this bishop from being exchanged, then he has to play h3, like this. But then he cannot castle, because then this pawn would be hanging. So this is stopping white from castle. So what can white play after this bishop d7 if he doesn't want to play bishop g2? This looks so normal, so it must be this move. And then maybe castle, and queen c8. Okay, and now we have to decide. When the bishop comes to h3, 3. If we want to keep the bishop, then we have to play rook e1. The bishop comes, and we move the bishop. And then we can try to play something like e4. Or else we can do something more active, let's say c4, but then this will be played, and then we'll just let it stay on h3 and take, and the king take. It's another way to play. White has the center, but without the bishop on g2, the king is a little weak. We don't see it now, but in 20 moves, we can see that maybe it's a little bit airy around the king.
Better for black with the bishops off.
Sorry?
Is it better for black with the bishops off?
I don't know which better or not. This is difficult to say. It's a matter of taste, maybe.
Because of the way she plays it. If she does queen c8, bishop g2, bishop c8, he can't stop the exchange of bishops without losing the right to castle.
Yeah, there are a lot of different ways to play it, and that's what White is now thinking about. How he wants. It's not his next move. He's thinking about. He's thinking, should I keep my bishop? How should I do it?
Can he keep his bishop?
He can keep his bishop. He can play this,
Queen.
this, and this,
And then castling now.
and this, and then I don't know. Then you have to be creative.
Yeah.
Something like this. Always look good when you can play 3 moves in a row for one side. Okay, we jump back to Nils, or Badur against Nils. We left in this position, or actually we left in this position, and I said that maybe the queen comes out or he plays d5, and he played d5, which is a natural move, stopping e4. Jobaba played e3. He wants to develop his own bishop and castle. Bishop e7 from Nils. Bishop d3, short castle. So very classical play from Nils. Very solid play. He has only one problem. This one. The bishop on c8. What is he going to do with this one? Does he want to play b6 and bishop b7? Or is he going to play to d7? Now Jobava played a move to stop, b6, maybe. Normal would have been, in a blitz game, you would have castle without thinking. But Jobava played rook c1. So now there is no b6. It looks a little bit better for white. Or we see a bad bishop on c8, and we see no problem at all with the white pieces. Maybe the knight on c3 would have been better, but it's not even sure. Because this one maybe comes to e5 and this one comes to f3. Who knows? And if you look at the clocks, Jobava 1:36, Gandel is 1:08. Not good. We are a little bit worried for the local player right now. But the position is solid, but a little bit passive, and the clock is running. And short against Blomqvist, we had this Spanish, Ray Lopez. And Blomqvist, he played this c6 move, trying to activate his bishop, as I said, on b7. But short didn't take. He played knight e3. And now it's getting complicated, because this pawn on e4, we cannot take it now because we are pinned. But what if we hit the bishop? But maybe this is very dangerous, what I'm going to do now, because I want to win a pawn, if it's possible. Can I play this? Or am I losing? Can we sacrifice? We try. Take, take, take. And now we want to come with a queen here. And we have a knight coming here, maybe. Dangerous or not? Don't know. White has an alternative, of course. On h6, he can also take on f6, and the queen takes back. But then we have the pair of bishop. They are not very impressive right now, because this bishop on f8 is doing nothing, but later on it will arrive on a good diagonal, maybe. So this pawn is what attracts attention, because we have put the knight between the rook and the pawn. So we want to attack. We can all, of course, take on d5, but now this is not so attractive because the knight is taking. And now we have this pin, and maybe we have to take, and we have to give away this nice bishop on b7. We can take like this if we want. So this is interesting moment to see how Blomqvist will react. If he is going to play h6 to see where the bishop is going or what is doing. We have to go to this game Elyanov Dronavali, because Elyanov found yet another way to stop this bishop from being exchanged. We know bishop d7. He played bishop g2, queen c8, and not h3, which is like moving without thinking, but he played h4. So now there is no bishop h3, and we can castle if we want, but then bishop h3 is now again possible. But he's stopping bishop h3 for the moment. Could this also be an attacking move? Is this one coming? I think not. Not before black has castle, at least. Wait. But what should black do? Castle? Could it be an attacking move then? No, I don't think. Not yet, but maybe later. Do we have another useful move to play? You always look for ways to develop, and this knight on b8, yeah, knight c6 is of course possible, but do we like to have a knight on c6? What else? A move like c5? 5 maybe. Can go here and play for c5, trying to, in the best of worlds, our knight will land up on e4, but that's maybe very optimistic. But if we don't want to castle, we have to find another move. What happened? The pawn disappeared. There was Dranavalli, played short castle. H5 can be played now or later, but it seems a little bit early to play H5 now. I think you can just take it. There is not enough pieces coming to the king. So what is white going to do? The same reasoning. I want to develop. I want to put my knight on b1. Is it going to c3 or d2? And if you're going to put a knight on c3, do you want to play c4 before or not? So what should we try? What are we doing with our queen? I'm not so impressed by the white position actually. c4 was played. Then he is probably going to put his knight on c3 later on. And now if you play c5, then we always have to think about d5, and our knight is bad on b8. But it's taking a lot of time for Elionov to play all these moves. At least it takes more time for Elionov than for Dranavalli. We had this position with Jobava against Gandelius. Rook c1 was the last move, and now, finally, the queen came to b6. Hitting the pawn on b2. And normally you don't want to move it, because if you play bishop v3, you get a pawn to b3, you get some weak squares, so maybe the bishop on e7 can arrive on a3, and then after this black can challenge the c5. This doesn't look so good. The knight you don't want on b3. Jobava played quickly again. Queen b3. He wants to play an ending right from the opening. But I think he is playing his opponent as much as he's playing the position. He knows that Niels likes complicated play, a lot of complications, and we will not get it when the queens are off. We will get more like a strategic game. Niels responded with bishop d7, which looks okay. Development. It's not so bad to get the double pawn because you get this A file, and these pawns are very difficult to attack. There is really no way to attack them. So white has a little bit more active position. And this is the knight, the bishop on d7 is still a problem, but you also have half an hour more time on the clock, which of course also is a big advantage. But still it's strange to play so fast, but maybe he knows the position, Jobava. It's possible. We had this position. I thought maybe h6. Blomqvist was not interested at all in playing this. He played a5. What's the point? The point is that sometimes white wants to play b4, attacking this knight on c7, c5. But with a5, if white plays b4, then black can open the a5. Let's say something like this, then it can come here maybe. And now white has to find a move. We can take on c6 and jump with a knight. We can jump with a knight. If we play knight g4, then we are threatening to take, but then black just comes back, I guess. And no, nothing's going on. So maybe this a5 was an interesting move. So what's happening? Let's say we take, and we jump here. Now we are threatening to take on f6. If it takes, now we actually have two options. We can take with a pawn, or we can also take, and then take with a queen. Play against this one and this one maybe. So it's possible to take on c6 and play knight d5. What else do we have? We see again, take, and knight d5. Of course you can play this if you want, but then I take the bishop. Or maybe this one, or should be red. But still we have this pin, and now we have the two bishops. Okay, black got rid of his very bad bishop, but still, don't like to give away a bishop without a reason for a knight. So what will he do, Blomqvist, if short takes on c6? He must take back, and we play knight d5. And then he has the choice, bishop e7, or he has to take on d5. Of course, he can go back with a knight to defend, but then he will also go on the wrong direction, going back. But he cannot allow a double pawn on f7 and f6. So short is thinking. Do we have any other move? Maybe take on c6. It looks very normal to me to take on c6 and play knight d5. What else? You could also think maybe you want the rook on d1, then you should move the queen, but it's a little bit slow to start to move your queen right now. Let's say he take. Should you take on f6 or should you take on d5? Normally when your opponent has a weak square like this, then you don't want a pawn on this square. So if you take, then you have, this square is covered for black, and also this pawn is no longer a problem. You want a piece on d5. That's why I want to take, and take with a queen, to use this square on d5. But now I need to activate my bishop, but this one looks sad. So maybe you can take on f6 and have a nice position. Okay, we take a look at Jobava again because he's playing quick. Knight e5 was played, and now there is a threat. The threat is to take the bishop, and when the bishop takes back, maybe we can take on c6 and then take on e7. Even more simple is to take on the big threat, take on f6, of course, and then take on d7. So black has to react after this knight e5. And this is not a very good idea, because now when we move the knight, we have the bishop is not protected. So after knight e5, Niels has to defend us against this rather simple trick, but how will he do it? He can, of course, defend the bishop on d7. So if I take, he can take with the rook, no problem. And if I take on f6, it's defended by the rook. So that's possible, but the problem is the rook. Why do I want my rook on the d file? Just to defend the bishop. It's not what I want. I want to have my rooks on the c file, which is open, of course. So this is a defensive move to play rook d8. What else can he do? He can, of course, move the bishop, but then we have this rook would like to be here first, then it would be no problem, but now it's not possible. How else can we react? Niels found, is this a tactical solution or what's going on? Because now there is some tricks. Okay, I tried to win material. I take this knight, and what is Niels planning? Take the knight like this, and I take, and you want to take back, and I take, and then check, and take the rook. And we have to count, and black is an exchange up. Should be good. So there is a trick. Very nice. Because then, after he has moved the rook to c8, if nothing is happening now, let's say white has to castle, then black can play bishop e8, and the rook is on the right side of the bishop. Okay, we have to find, is there another move? What if I take, it's the same problem. For example, if I take this one, I wanted to take, just to be able to take, but we have the same problem again with the check and the rook. And we can be pretty sure that there is no way to win a piece. I cannot see Gandelius play rook c8 and losing a piece. Would be very surprising. So if he can play rook c8 without being punished, then this was a very good move. Let's say castle, and now maybe I don't even have to play bishop e8, maybe I have another active move, but if I can play this, then it looks okay for black. To exchange queens doesn't change anything at all. It's the same combination. Doesn't matter if the queens are off or on the board. And at least Jobava started to think now. Finally. So there is no way to be smart at all. Take. I tried this one. I have not calculated it at all, but let's try. Then I wanted to take this one. Then I have two pieces for a rook. but sorry, if I take with a pawn, of course black can take the bishop. And black is more than okay. I take here, then this check and take. No.
White has a better validation on the computer after rook c8.
Okay. I analyze without computer to make it a little bit more interesting. Yeah, but I know there is a computer and I know everybody has the computer on, but I tried to solve it without the computer. Maybe white is a little bit better just by castling, to play like this, and it's a little bit better for white. But at least there is not a piece hanging. I don't think so, at least. Okay, what's happening in the other games? We had Elyanov against Dronavali. I take it from the beginning again. We had knight f3, knight f6, b3, d6. This bishop d7 with a plan of queen c8 and bishop h3. Bishop d2, g2, queen c8, h4, castle, and Elyanov played c4, and Dronavali, after quite a long think, played c5, which is quite normal to play and try to get your knight on c6 after you have moved the c pawn. Elyanov played knight c3, so he's developing. And now black must decide, should I take on d4 or should I play knight c6 immediately? Let's say I take, which looks normal. I guess the knight takes. It's possible to take with the queen. I don't see any winning moves with the knight, but still. So what happened with the pawns? I take with the knight. I can challenge this knight immediately, I think. This looks like an absolutely normal position in the English, but white has played h4, a little bit strange, and the queen is on c8, which also looks a little bit strange. Maybe some transmission. Or is it possible to take with the queen? But why should I do knight c6 and then maybe coming back? Having the queen on d2, so I have this bishop defended. Maybe it's good. And since we like active and aggressive play, we are hoping for long castle and h5 and some sort of attack. But probably we will see the king going the other way. But we hope for the long castle. But normal must be to take on d4. To play knight c6 immediately, then I guess d5 is coming. So I think normal is to take. White has to take back. And I don't know. It's possible to take with both. A position like this doesn't look too bad for white now, I think. You have this knight d5 always, maybe rook c1. It's a little bit difficult to find the active black moves. Okay, we have to take a look at short against Blomqvist, because there have been some interesting moves. Knight e3 was played, and a5, and short responded with b4. And now Blomqvist didn't take. I thought maybe this was an idea to play like this. But Blomqvist went back. So now he's defending this. Oh, sorry, should be a green one. He's defending this knight. And also, he might have hopes for something like this maybe later on. But still, I think the most important is that I wanted to defend the knight on f6 to move his queen. But then short responded with a4. And now it's very sharp, because we have all kind of taking here to calculate, and it's not so easy. They can capture on b5 and a5 and c6 in different orders. So what's the threat if we start with this? Take. Is it a threat to play take, or to play c4? Or maybe not, because this knight will come back. Just go here, and we have a very bad bishop. No? No threat, probably. So what are we? It would be beautiful to play this move, to come with one more pawn to make it even more complicated. Take, it's defended. Take. But we must always remember that this bishop can come back. After we have, let's say we can take like this, don't know when, but this bishop will then come back and will be very strong. So maybe it doesn't look so good right now, this bishop on c2, but it will appear on b3. And then it will be something different. So what will black do? He wants to move his queen because it doesn't want to be pinned. But where should it put the queen? On c7 maybe? But then, yeah, okay, maybe it's good to have it on c7 because we have this pawn. Could be weak. Sometimes the c file will be open and the c3 pawn will hang. That's possible. Or he can start to take on b4, take on d5, take on a4. But sometimes it's a good plan just to wait and let the other players start to take. Because when you forward. So maybe you should wait to see what white is actually threatening. One problem for black could be that in a position like this, then this pawn on d5 is defended by e4 and this bishop on b7, and now it's hitting this d5 pawn. you have solved the problem with this bishop, but there is one more. This is the next problem. But you could play like this, because this pawn on d5 could be weak. It's not so easy to defend. But still, I like the two bishops, always. But maybe there is something immediately. Let's say something like, but it's not a threat, maybe. I want to play against this pawn. And also this one. Is it good? Is it bad? Or what? A5 I can take, I guess. There is no immediate. There are some pins, but I cannot use it. And this one is threatening on b4. But maybe take on d5. It's possible. I see in the game Jobava, Gandelius, there is no move. He's thinking. And Dronavali, she didn't take on d4. She played knight c6 immediately. And now white has to decide. Play d5, take on c5, or don't react. Doesn't have to, because it's defended on d4, but one move must be played, of course. d5, where is black going with his her knight? There is no trick, no. Where do you put the knight? You want to be clever, if it's possible. Take it, take it, take it. And then I wanted to do something smart with this knight, but
no space.
There is maybe no possibility for this. So where do I put the knight e5? Then he takes. Sometimes you put your knight on a5, but then you must be very quick to get these two moves in. So you get some counterplay against c4, or else this knight will be horrible on a5. But if you can play a6 and b5 quickly, then the knight could be okay. But normally you don't want your knight on a5, of course. b4, nothing's going on b4. d8, no, we don't like. Can go here, take, then you have to play something like this. So interesting to see if Elianov is playing d5 where Dronavali will put her knight. We will see. Jobava played a move. He of course didn't castle because he wanted to be creative, so he played king e2. But now he's defending. And if there will be an ending, the king will be good in the center, and with the queen, standing opposite each other, there will be an ending probably. So maybe it's good to play king e2 to have the king in the center if there will be an ending. And now again we have a threat, because now we want to take, let's say black makes a random move, a very bad move like this, then we can take and take, and the bishop is hanging. So now black has to defend against this threat, and I guess bishop e8 is the normal way. And Niels agreed. He played bishop e8 just to get out of reach. And where is the king? It disappeared from my board. But now it's back. Suddenly it was gone. So this is the position right now. Jobava to move. And Niels, with this little trick, rook c8, managed to play bishop e8 without locking his own rook in on f8. So this was very good move, this rook c8. But now white has to decide. What do you want? Maybe you want to double the rooks, or should this knight go to f3 to defend the other one? But this is not a threat at all, because I just take back, and then later on this bishop on e7 will be hanging. For example, if I play this stupid move, black cannot take, because when I take back, the knight has no move, and then I pick up the bishop. And the queens, they are standing here looking at each other. Nobody wants to take. White doesn't want to take, because when black takes with a pawn, the rook will be developed. And Niels doesn't want to take, because white takes with a knight, and it can come to c5 maybe.
Last queen's turn.
So what will white play? Try to double up, maybe. If we take, we have to follow up with a3, or else the pawn is hanging. But then we have some weak squares, maybe something like knight a5. Or can I just play b4 then? This one will be very weak later on. It's strange, all the pieces are left on the board, just the pawn, one pair of pawns are gone, and still you feel this will end in a draw. Because this is so symmetrical pawn structure, and one file open, the rook will disappear on this file, the queen will disappear, and then draw, maybe. So what shall we try? Shall we try to play or maybe not? We try. We want to double up. Maybe it's not so good because we are not threatening anything really, but what else? It's a plan. Just trying. And now white is winning the c file. Could be good. So maybe rook c3. Is there any other plan for white? We will see. Not so exciting this game yet. Not by Jobava standards, at least. When we hear the name Jobava, we expect more. Elianov played this d5, and now we want to see what's the plan is with this knight. Where do you want to put it? a5, e5? Because this d5 was a very natural move. So this must have been expected. And there is no trick. You want to use this pin, but you can just take this, for example. And now two pieces are threatened at the same time. But if you are white, you always have to look out for this trick against this bishop, because this is not defended. So there could be a lot of tricks with this knight coming to e4, for example. But now we have to solve this problem with the knight on c6. Let's see, is this a very bad knight or not? It's not so easy to trap it, at least, because if you want to play a3 and b4 to trap it, this pawn will always be hanging. You cannot play b4 without losing the pawn on c4. So you cannot trap it immediately, at least. But as I said, black has a plan. He wants to play a6 and he wants to play b5 to attack this c4 pawn, trying to use this knight. So this is a matter of timing. If black has time to play a6 and b5, maybe you can put your knight on a5. If not, it will be a very bad piece on a5, doing nothing. You would have expected quite a quick response from Dronavalli after d5, because this was such a natural move. Before she played knight c6, she must have thought about d5 and she must have something planned. So what's the alternative? Knight e5 maybe. We looked at it and I take. And if we can put our knight on d6 and maybe come with f5 later on, maybe it's possible to take, but the pawn on e5 is not very good. But it's possible to play like this. Or else we have to go back. And this we don't like at all. Knight d8, no, we cannot play to the c6 or e6, and it's almost dead. This knight. It's not possible to play like this. Knight b8, no. Cannot be correct. There we had a knight one move ago. And this one is not working, because we have no good move with this, do we? Because now we want to use this to make a good knight move, but I don't see it. So it doesn't work. Knight d4 is not working, I think. So knight a5, possible. Knight b4. Yeah, strange. Strange that Dronavalli didn't have any move prepared after d5. Or maybe she had, and now she doesn't like it anymore. That's the problem. You think you have a good move, the opponent moves, and you don't have any good moves anymore because you have made big mistake. I'm not sure what's going on. In this other game, short against Blomqvist, after a4 with all these possibilities to take, Blomqvist didn't take. He just moved his queen to c7. Logical, actually, just because of this pawn on c3. And waiting for white to take. So now it's white's turn. Now we can take on a5, b5, c6, or something else. But this was the reason for Blomqvist that he went back with a knight to d7 from c5. He wanted to move his queen, and then this knight should defend on f6. So he doesn't get any double pawn. So now, up to short, what does he want? We must go back, because we have thought about this so much. Knight e5 was played by Dronavalli. I'll do it like this. Knight e5 was played. She didn't want to play to a5. And I guess you should take. Of course, you can also move the knight and hope to trap this one, but it's difficult. Because if you move it, you want to trap it with f4, but since you have played h4, there is a very safe square on g4 always. When white plays this, you can place your knight here, and there is no pawn who can hit it, because you have already played h4. Would like to go back if we could, but so we cannot trap it. But we take, and the pawn takes back. So now black has a double pawn, also a pawn obstructing this bishop on g7. Black can try to play e6 later on to exchange the double pawn, of course, but then this one will open up. So take back. And normal would be to play like this, to put a knight here and maybe try to play f5 or something, to use all these pawns. And put the knight on a good square, d6. And white, what do you want? White wants to attack this one maybe. And also play this, when black goes for this, maybe I can play this h5. Opening up. But it's hard to believe you can mate with just a rook. Then you have to maneuver your queen to h5 to deliver a mate. But that's not so easy. They are equal on the clock, at least. What should white do with the king? Short castle, long castle, no castle. Probably short. So what do we have now? They are thinking a lot. Jobava Gandelius, nothing is happening. Bishop e8, last move. In the game, short Blomqvist. Queen c7, last move. Short is thinking. And we have this third game. Elianovic thinking. He has exchanged knights on e5. This is maybe the most interesting position to take a look at. Short against Blomqvist. And white should decide what he should do with all his pawns, which can take to the left and to the right. Does white have everything under control? I'm not so sure. What shall he do? Because also now, this knight is not pinned anymore. The f6 knight, the queen has gone from d8. So now e4 is also a little bit, let's say if I take, then this one is hanging. Because there is no pin. So how is white going to protect all his pawns in the middle? Because it must be a threat to take and take. Now, short took on c6. And Blomqvist should take back. Bishop or queen. Take with the queen, you're hitting c3 immediately, maybe even e4, but I'm not so sure. Oops, one pawn too much still on the board. Oh, what's going on? No. He took with the queen, and short immediately took on b5. And now Blomqvist has a choice. He can take on b5 with the queen, or he can take on c3. Take on b5. Let's see if the queen. Is there a problem with the queen? Or maybe not. And the knights, they are, but maybe there is a problem because now I can take. There is a pin. So we can not take on b5, then we probably lose material. I can take here immediately, maybe. Like this. Okay, if we cannot take on b5, we have to take on c3. There is no choice. And this is what he did, I can see. And now it's hanging on b4. And if it takes, black must. Okay, it's hanging on e4, but I don't like to play against these two pawns. So I have to take this one, I guess. And there is no threat against the queen, which could be embarrassing. Looks okay for black, I think. This already happened, or maybe not. Maybe this was my move. Yeah, it was. This will happen, maybe. This is the position. Can white do anything else? Because black is threatening to take on b4 and winning a pawn. I can take it with the queen. I can take it with a pawn. Then I must have something other active, but I don't see it right now. Looks okay for black. Can we hope for a Swedish sensation in the first round? Yes. Yes, we can hope. Yes. Yes. And we are happy with the draw. No?
At least one.
At least one sensation. Okay.
Maybe two.
Maybe two sensations. Let's see. We had this position, Jobava playing white against Grandelius, and Jobava exchanged the queens now. Grandelius took back, of course, and now there is a threat, so Jobava had to play a3. So now we are going to an ending. So the king on e2 is not bad. It's good to have it in the center when we have an ending. And maybe white's pieces are a little bit more active, and maybe this double pawn is a little bit of a weakness. White is hoping that it could be, but still black's position looks very safe. But if you want a sensation in this game, then black must win, or what? A draw is not a sensation, I think.
It's good enough.
Draw is good enough, but it's not a sensation. So what do you do with black? White play a3, black. What does black want? He wants to exchange the rooks, maybe. He wants to play a move like king f8. You never know. Could be good to have the king in the center. What is white going to do? Double up, maybe? What, play something like this, or is it coming here, or what's going on? What's the active plan from white? Maybe something. He must do something active if he's going to win. And we remember that Jobava played the first 12 move in just a couple of minutes, but now Candelius has better time, more time than Jobava. So he has been thinking a lot. And in this game, short Blomqvist, he took on c3, as we saw, and then b take a5, and rook takes a5, as expected. And now we will see what shot's up to. Is this pawn on b5? This is a passed pawn, but it's not going to queen the next few moves at least. But is it strong or is it weak? That's something to think about. It looks weak. This pawn on e4, hanging right now, actually. Bishop and knight, threatening, looks weak. But we have a bad bishop on f8. And the pawn on d6, of course it's not very good, but it's defended by this bad bishop. So it's about this pawn maybe. Is it good or bad? This pawn would be good if it was an ending without heavy pieces. Maybe but it's hanging here. I can take. If I take, queen take. Here, hitting the queen. I'm just making moves, and then I take this one. And it's a double threat. I have to take. Four pawns against 4 pawns on the same side. Nothing much going on. Short, he wants to keep pieces on the board. He played rook c1. So then he's playing against the black queen. And we cannot take on b5. Then comes bishop a4, hitting the rook, hitting the queen. And we cannot take on e4, because when we take back, we are also hitting the queen. So this was a clever way to defend both pawns. Should we move the queen from the danger zone? If we play queen b4, then we're hitting b5, we're hitting e4. But then you can play rook b1 maybe. And I have to move the queen again. Where do I want my queen? Where does black want his queen? You want it exchanged, but it's not possible. queen b2, queen b4, or going back, maybe. Because there is no immediate threat with the bishop.
Is c5 then?
C4. Queen, c5.
d4 now.
What b4? Yeah, and then to c5. Yeah. Because then we are hitting this one, and we are probably hitting this one at the same time. Looks okay. Looks good even. So maybe we should play something else. How do we defend the pawns? So this is the position. Blump is to move. And we feel that we have to move the queen, but we have actually no reason to move it right now. Black could, for example, play rook c8 if he wants to. So there is no reason to move the queen, but just a little bit dangerous to have the queen on the c5. We take a quick look again at the game between Jobava and Grandelius, because after a3, Niels went ambitious. He played b5. The point is, if the bishop take, I take on d4 with check, on take, and I take the bishop. So this is very good for black. And if white does nothing, I want to come here and exchange my pawn. But Jobava, he took on c6 immediately. And now black has to decide what to do. He can fix his pawn structure, it looks like, by taking with a pawn, but this pawn is very weak, and we have a very weak square. I guess the knight is coming. So I'm not sure we want to take with a pawn. We could also take with a rook, because white cannot take on b5, then we take on c1, and the bishop is hanging. So it's defended. And if we take with the bishop, that's possible, then we have everything defended, but we still live with this double pawn. So this b5, was it good or not? How do we take back on c6? Because now this pawn is much more weak. Maybe a rook takes, but maybe I don't take. Maybe I play knight b3, or maybe not. But still, this pawn on b5, when it was on b6, it was not weak. But now on b5, I don't like it on b5. I want it on b4. But if you can get in b4, then it's okay. But if not, if I take, do you want to take with the bishop or with the pawn?
I'm not sure.
You are not sure. The audience are not sure. Neither am I. But still, if I take with the pawn or if I take with the bishop, it's good to exchange one pair of rook for black, I guess. But maybe even in a position like this, we can play b4. Because we're opening up for the rook. And for example, This double pawn is not a problem. There is nothing going on right now. Niels took with a pawn immediately, without exchanging the rook. Maybe white didn't plan to take. And now I guess he wants to play b4 if he... Do we have a smart... We cannot stop it. But this one will come, I guess. So I have to play knight b3, maybe, to come here. But he plays b4. What do I do? Because in
No, rook b8 instead.
rook b8 instead of taking back.
Yes.
And this rook.
Yes.
Take this one, and then we take this one, and then we take this one. And then we go here, and then we are very active. Black is very active. So maybe, but we cannot stop b4, can we?
What about playing e4? That's right.
e4. Yeah, why not? The threat is simple. You want to win a piece. Very good, always. And if he takes, okay, we get the weak pawn. But this is also a weak pawn, and we get some good squares. So maybe looks interesting. Can he play g5 and then take? But then it's the same.
Then you have e5 position.
Instead of you want to play this?
No, I don't want to play e5 at all. I want to take.
Now we see. We get suggestion from the audience. e4, and I say g5, and you say,
Bishop c3.
and I want to take, because, or maybe it's now. I don't have to. I'm not sure.
Take an f5, f4 maybe.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yes, f4.
You have a tactical solution, trapping a piece. Promising. So how should we do it? Maybe it's not possible. Can we stop b4? I have a strange try. If I play this just for one reason, I want to play a4 on this move. I don't want to open, but I'm not sure if maybe now c5 and the pawn on a4 is hanging. No. But how do I stop? Play a move like this looks very strange. Because on b4 I want to play a4 again, but I don't have control over this because it's hanging on a4, and black is taking over. I'm one move late. I would like to have it like this and then play b4. That would be very good, so I can defend this one.
But you can play b4, can't you?
Can I play
b4?
b4? But you can take.
Yeah, and take on b5.
Ah, tactical, but now,
And I'm not sure.
no.
But maybe if you take the horse first, then
Yeah, but I take maybe with a So you want to play b4? We can try b4. I guess black will take on f6. I think I take with a. I can take with a bishop also.
But okay, if you start with the bishop takes f6.
If we start with, let's see, I take with the bishop just to check.
Then we can play e4.
Yes, and I take.
And bishop takes b5.
Now maybe rook a2 because you have no threat. It's defended. We have just exchanged pawns. I can play rook a2 maybe and rook b2 or maybe.
But then just move the bishop, I think.
Okay, I move the bishop. I go for this pawn immediately. You have not reached anything with this. Black is okay, or? As long as we don't see a way to stop b4, then black is okay. Can I get b4 in opening this rook? And there will be one weak pawn left on b2 or a3 or somewhere, so there will be one weak pawn left, which will compensate for this weak pawn on c6. It's so close. If I just could play like this.
What if one's best bishop is ready? To take out the layers.
What do you want to play?
I just want to play for a5, and then first take the d5 and rook e8.
As what move in this position? White to move.
Either rook a8 or bishop d3.
This.
Then take the rook a1. And then play bishop a6, bishop e7.
Aha, now I see your trick, but I am also a very tricky player, so I play c5 with a very tricky plan. Check. But these moves are always easy to find when you tell me what you want to do. If you haven't said it, I would have missed it completely. But this, even if you get these moves in, then looks quite equal.
I just think if I can get a bishop a5 or a bishop on e7, I'll take
Oh.
c6.
So we have this position. Black took on c6 with a pawn, white to move. Jobava is thinking, and now he played knight b3. And we want to play b4. And what has he played? What has he planned on this? That's the big question.
Can't you just ignore the pawn and jump right into c5?
If it goes to c5, I take,
And take back with
and I take with a rook.
yes.
Okay. But this is a pawn up. Now black cannot lose. I can always give a pawn if I cannot see why this should be bad for black. What's going on in the other games? This is not This is the position, I think. We will see. Nothing is going on. Rook c1 was played, and Blomqvist is still thinking. But here we have had some moves. After the exchange knight, Elyanov played queen d2, defending the bishop, giving the possibility for long castle, which I don't think he will ever play. But still, Dronavali played rook b8, want to play b5, and Elyanov stopped it with a4. Something is wrong with the clocks, I think, in the game, because they have a lot of time left in this game. Short the Blomqvist. Looks like they have 1 hour more time left than they have in this game. If I do some simple mathematics. So it looks strange. Or maybe, well, I don't understand. Blomqvist, he doesn't have so much time, like 1 hour left. It's not possible. And now, b4 was played by Gandelius, and Jobava took it immediately. And now it will be interesting. Should he rook b8 or just take on b4? He took back. So this is the position. And now we have 2 weak pawns on the board. This one and this one. White has a good square for the knight. He can take us f6 if he wants to double the pawns, but this is not so bad to have these pawns like this, and the bishop may be better to keep. And this pawn on c6, it's well defended by the bishop on e8, so the rook can move. He played rook a1, Jobava. Almost forced, because he cannot let the black rook enter. That would be too dangerous. So he played rook a1. So, is there any trick now with bishop a6? Your idea? Maybe there is a threat with bishop a6. Let's say I make a move like king f8. Is this a problem then?
Maybe you have to take the b5 first before the bishop.
Now I can play rook c7. Okay. Can also play this maybe. Could be good to have the bishop here to go control. So I cannot play rook b8.
What is the trick?
There is no trick, but there could be a trick later on, maybe. Like rook a1. Let's say I played this and this rook could get trapped. But it's not, because this is under a threat. This is a very far from a trick. I think black is fine. Nothing is going on. Blomqvist is thinking. Dronavali played a6. So she wants to play b5. It's obvious. She has played a6, and she has played rook b8. So b5 is the plan to create counterplay. against these pawns. White could try to stop it with a5, but I think it's still possible to play b5. And even if a take, then we have this threat against b3. So then there is a weak pawn to play against. So if black could move now, would it be b5? I guess it would. Let's say we just make a move and I play b5. But it's hanging on e5, maybe. Just okay, and then take, this is 5-5, but still a pair of bishops, but a lot of pieces disappearing. Sooner or later, white must castle, or not. Long castle, we can forget, I guess. Or then b5 will come devastating. Sometime, sooner or later, short castle will be played. Maybe now. Now we have the chance to exchange the bishop if we want to, but we would like to play b5 if it's possible. But the problem can be that this pawn is hanging somehow. We try, take, take. Take, take. The problem is that also this pawn is hanging. Maybe we can do something, rook a7 for example. Then can we add a rook? And how is the time? 42:31. Okay. Now Niels played knight d7, rook a1, and he played knight d7, and now he's taking control of this c5 square. So white cannot jump with a knight. And white can no longer exchange the bishop against the knight if he wanted to. Is black planning to play c5 himself? Yes?
D3 now, threatens means
What do I play? Bishop t?
D3, it threatens me
Now this is a threat, yes. And the rook has no squares. Okay, and now we don't have c5 because now where did the knight go? Or disappear? Because if I play c5, we have this again. Or do I?
It was white.
I wanted to play c5. Bishop g3, c5, bishop a6. Can I go here maybe? But this could be what? But I must go here. Okay, 8, take. I just try and do some moves, but the king is a long way from the play now. But rook is very good with the knight on b3 and the pawn on b2.
Yeah, it's also rook a7.
Yes.
Rook b8. To exchange.
No, the knight is defended.
Yeah. No,
Now we have some moves in the short game. Short against Blomqvist. There were rook c1 was played, queen b4, and then knight g4 from short. And now this pawn on b5 is sacrificed. And as I said before, something is wrong with the clocks on this board. This cannot be correct. Hello?
Ja, det är bra.
So what's the correct?
What's the correct time on the short game?
On the short game, short has 35 minutes and Eric has 45.
So it should be 35,
35, 45.
45.
35 for short.
So he played knight g4, threatening to take on f6, giving double pawns. We must check what's going on. We take on g4, the pawn take back, and now I want to take this pawn on b5. It's for free, I think.
But you're also threatening bishop e2, actually.
But okay, so if I take, maybe, but then I play queens. Okay, we have some other tactical intermezzo to take care of. Bishop d2, but I want to go here. Take the rook, take on f2. But even this maybe, because if I take with a rook, we have this. We are threatening everything. So there are a little bit more to take care of. If I take, can you play this? I see only this move, or if I take, then I take, and I will be, it's a pawn for exchange. We can take 2 pawns for an exchange maybe. If I take, and take. It's possible to play for black, maybe 2 pawns for an exchange. but it was a little bit more complicated. Knight g4, if I take, because if I just take back, then I guess you can take on b5. But this move is maybe interesting. Okay, take. I give this one, I think. Or maybe I have.
But maybe also bishop a4.
Yeah. Or maybe now I have this one. Not so clear what's going on. Bishop d2. Let's try queen c5 because I want to attack f2. But then this is very strong. And we cannot take on b5. So we have to move the rook, and then it looks good for white side.
This is so dangerous for white, for black to have double f-pawn.
To let the white take on f6.
Take with the queen, double d5.
You want to play this and let him take.
Double d5.
Yeah, but then
Yeah, then that's good.
so I think, let's say, a position like this looks dangerous. It's a knight. Normally we want to play this to come with the queen and the knight on f5. I would be afraid, but I'm always afraid. So this suddenly very sharp position, a lot of variations, and this was a very nice move, bishop d2. And I wanted to play this. Maybe it's not working. Maybe this can be answered by queen d2. And this knight is trapped. And then we will be a full rook down. Yeah. Very tricky from short. So what do we do? This is a threat. This is a threat. And we have to play like this. Take, and then we have to take back. But then we are an exchange down for one pawn. Then we have to suffer a long time with black. So white has two threats, take on f6, and this is reader series, this bishop d2, bishop take a5. And it looks very difficult to defend against both of them at the same time. And take is the big problem. And now we need something smart in this position. Maybe we can forget about the Swedish sensation. We still hope. Okay. In the game Jobava Grandelius, no move has been. Bishop g3 played. With the idea bishop a6, bishop e7. Or bishop a6, bishop c7. This rook is threatened. If white could move again, he will play bishop a6. The rook must move, and we trap the rook. So how do black defend? What did we do last time? We played c5 with idea bishop a6, rook c6.
And then what type of rook a7 instead of rook e8?
What do you want to play?
The same variation.
Rook c6,
Bishop e7.
bishop e7. I have to take. Or rook b6. You want to defend?
Yeah. And then play bishop c7.
Bishop c7. Annoying, of course. If I take. Yeah, the rook is in a little bit of trouble. How do we defend? C4 maybe. C4 maybe. And maybe we are in time to come down and do, because we have to move this one, I think. No good squares, apparently. Bishop c7. And black. What do you want to play? Bishop c8? Take, and now a trick, and I'm okay. But still some tricky lines. Now we can see that the Blomqvist took on b5 immediately. Must avoid this move. And now I guess short will take on f6. What else? Because now he has sacrificed a pawn. Black is a pawn up. So he needs compensation. Quick. Can he play something else? Yeah, which one do I take with the bishop or with the knight? Or maybe it doesn't matter. Okay, we take.
And like h4.
Yeah. Is this good compensation? Maybe it is.
Black also has bishop c8.
I'm doing something like this maybe. Then I want to come here and put my bishop. And the extra pawn is not important, but the activity of the bishop. I can play a pawn down with this bishop against this. But this is the position, and short is thinking. Does it matter how I take? Can you take with a pawn immediately? Is there a point in this at all? Probably not. Can I do another move? Queen d3. It should be normal to take on f6. We try again. We take, and go here. How do black defend? We want to play the bishop here and the queen and the knight. Isn't this just good compensation without variations? You just see it with the knight on f5 and the queen coming. We take a quick look at Elyanov against Dronavali, because they have played a couple of moves. We had this move a6. Black is playing for b5. Elyanov castle. But now Dronavali didn't play b5 immediately. She played this maneuver I was talking about before, moving the knight to e8. Elyanov play a5 and moving the knight to d6, which is very natural to put your knight on this square. Cannot be attacked. And maybe she can use her f-pawn later on. White played queen c2, and black played queen c7. So this is the position. And queen c7, looking at this pawn. So white must stay with the rook on a1 to defend it. And then we will see if b5 is played or not. Queen c7 is also a way to get the other rook to b8. Let's say we play b5 and they take en passant, and we take with the rook, then we can come with the other rook now when we have moved the queen. So by moving the queen, we develop this rook. We can come to c8 or b8 or whatever we like. And okay, what does white want to do? You want to go here, but there is no time because now I can take. We have this h-pawn. Can we use it for anything? h5, or this is just nothing? Maybe. There is.
I just wonder something. Can you play knight a4?
You want to play knight a4?
Just wondering if you can grab the queen.
Okay, we try. I take the pawn.
And bishop a3.
Bishop a3.
Hoping for b6.
Hoping for b6. Yeah, I understand. And the queen is trapped,
I don't know.
and you hope the queen is trapped. Might, or maybe it's not. But why should I? Can I not play rook c8 instead? Maybe. But then I can play maybe something like this. Maybe rooks. So you want to play it, and I of course want to take because I want to check this variation. I don't want to lose this one, but I don't want to play b6. That's so okay. If I take, I have to give my bishop, but I'm a pawn up now. I have to take back, I guess. It's okay for black. I pawn up, and then this knight is good. So queen c2, queen c7, and Elyanov is thinking. They are both down to 26, 27 minutes left. 24 moves to make. So there will be a time scramble in this game. But if we cannot play knight a4, what can we play? What do we want as white? We have tried to stop black's play on the queen side with a5, but do we have any play on our own on the other side? It's not clear what white wants. Elyanov played e4, so now he's playing in the center. Will he follow it up with f4 also, maybe? And now we have this short. He didn't play take on f6 immediately. He started with rook b1, just hitting the queen. The queen had to move and also defend the bishop at the same time. And now he took on f6, and he took with the bishop. So now we are on our way to a position with these double f pawns, with a pawn up for black, but I think it's nice compensation. I'm not sure if you should take with a knight or with a pawn. Normal is just to exchange when you're a pawn up. And now we are heading in this direction. And you would think knight h4 was the plan. And he played knight h4, and now it will be interesting to see what Blomqvist is going to do. This looked very dangerous for black, because both rooks can swing. Also this rook can swing to g3, and the queen can come, and the bishop can come. So it's very dangerous.
Can't the black play for an exchange of the white square bishop?
Yeah, but how?
c6 and a.
But he will probably be stuck with this bishop against this knight. The problem is the bishop on f8. This one I want to exchange against this knight, but that's a dream, never coming true. So with the knight landing on f5, and then one rook coming, and the queen, I guess it's mate, quickly. So black must play something desperate now. We would like to play this, but that's not possible to open up. That's
Bishop c8, is that possible?
yeah, and we play maybe.
So white can't play d5. I mean, you can play e4, but I'm toast that.
Okay, we can check it. We start with this. We try this. Then I want to play bishop here and knight f5.
Rook a3.
I try
Bishop e6.
and I try. Now you can take, but I will have a very good piece left.
Yeah.
And the important thing is that black has this very bad piece left, always.
But then white's position looks very promising at the moment.
I think so. I think so. I think it's good compensation for the pawn. Okay, we take a look at this other suggestion, d5. Looks dangerous indeed. Should I? Maybe I shall not even.
The queen can defend on those things.
Yeah, you're opening up for the queen, but that's good. But as long as I am hitting this bishop. Okay, I try. I give a check. Easy, must move, and I go here. If you allow me to play this, then we are okay. You have bishop h, but with a knight here and a rook, and I can take. Looks dangerous at least. Now Blomqvist played bishop c8. So this is history. He played this to try to defend, but this looks very dangerous. We find this position with a bishop on d5 against the bishop in the Sveshnikov variation, in the Sicilian. We all often end up with a position like this. And now we also have a double pawn. And the big difference in the bishops gives white very good play, normally. Okay, we have to go to the game Jobava-Grandelius, because Jobava is a piece up, but Grandelius is threatening 3 white pieces. Grandelius took on a1. Jobava, of course, took back. That was played c5. Rook b8, it says, which is not correct. I have to update this. C5, bishop d6, and now c4. It's a fork, but it's also letting this piece. And now he didn't take back. That's the nice move. Rook b8. And now we are threatening to take this one, and this one. But we cannot take all of them. And he's a piece down, but still.
You think it's white's pawn?
Not yet.
But after taking the piece.
Yeah, but how do you defend all your pieces?
Bishop c3.
But then I will be a piece up when I take on d3 and b. If you play like this, I take.
Yeah, okay.
Because it's check. Okay, he's a piece down. Will he end up piece up? How will he defend? Knight. Then I take. The bishop must move, and I take this one.
Rook E8.
Then I can go back. So how will you defend? Or maybe it was the wrong question. Will he defend? Very strange position. You are piece up, and you are desperately trying to save the material. So Jobava is tricked. Or? Rook A4. Feels like you're putting one more piece in danger. But now I start to take this one with check, because you cannot take back because of knight E5. So you have to move, and now, what do I do? Put
F6.
Okay, simple.
No, but it isn't simple, because you don't have bishop block yet. What you do? Knight D6, you have you don't have tempo.
What about knight c5?
Knight C5. Okay, I take. You have to take with the bishop. Maybe I can take with check. Okay, maybe I have problems down here later on. That's very unlucky. In such case, I have to be satisfied with the draw. Okay, so knight C5.
Rook takes B4.
Rook takes B4.
I thought maybe rook a8.
Take this D3 check.
We take this one, this one. Okay, you cannot take with a king, because then we take on C5. So he has to take with a knight.
Yes, but then
Rook
it
B8.
Back.
Then back.
E8.
Piece up. Okay, good. Strange.
Maybe.
Very strange. Med piece up.
Lopparen B1.
Löpa, bishop b1. But then I take this one. I will win a pawn. Yeah, he's saving the piece, but he's losing a pawn.
But rook a8, then you don't.
King f8, yes. And now we have the same problem. We will win a pawn, and then we have a very good passed pawn. Protected passed pawn on c4. Now Jobava played knight c5. This move we have already taken care of. What did we do? We took on. What did we,
We need to take on d4.
we took on b4. And now we are threatening to take the bishop, winning immediately. Rook a8, what was we tried, but it didn't work, as I remember. And if he moves the bishop, we can take on b2. So black is winning, or what?
No. What happened after rook takes b4?
Yes. And what does white wants to play what?
Bishop c2.
Okay, I want to win. I take this one.
Yes, king b2.
Okay, but now I'm a pawn up. I'm always happy. But you want to do some.
Yes, I want to do
Yeah, I understand. You want to come on rook a8 or king c3. I understand. But still I'm a pawn up. I can return with my rook to b8, for example.
Okay, but then replace the king in c3 and
And then try to make a draw with white.
yes.
Let's see what's happening. Niels took on b4. So we have this position. And Niels has 15 minutes left for 15 moves.
But you played bishop c2.
And they play bishop c2. Yeah, there's not much choice, maybe. And now we want to take. We can also win a pawn.
But if you take the horse after the rook a8.
But I want to take this one. How can this not be good?
Knight takes c5.
Knight takes e5. Take back.
Rook takes b2.
Yeah, and here.
Rook b5.
I'm afraid of this. King f8 I take.
Yeah, I see. It's no good.
But what I can do is I can go back. But then maybe the king is coming with some play for white. But still, pawn down.
Is Niels better now in this position?
We hope. We hope. But we don't know.
But can they play knight b6 instead?
Knight
Knight b6 is that a move?
now.
Covering a8 and
Covering the rook from coming and then take later on.
and then maybe play bishop a4. The later stage.
Yeah, not with all these.
Yeah, no, not now. But
No.
later on.
Yeah, there is a lot of interesting moves. Black is fighting for a win at least. We have this short Blomqvist. Knight h4 and bishop c8 was what we saw. And short played bishop b3. Bishop e6 was played and short played queen h5. And now it's a very dangerous attack because I think it's a threat to take on e6. Because the pawn cannot take back, because then we take on e8. And if the rook takes back, we play rook b8. If it was white to move, which it's not, then I would take and play this. And then we have winning threat. So there is a very dangerous threat to take on e6. And also knight f5 is coming, or rook e3, or whatever you want, actually. I am very negative about black's position. I see no defense. Okay, we take a look at Elyanov against Dronavali. We had this position, queen c7, e4, and now black played b5. Took en passant, and the queen took back, and now black is threatening on b3. How do we defend? Is this only?
How many moves?
They have played 18 moves, and I have 17 minutes for the remaining 22 moves. And of course the 30-second increment. Is this the only way to defend, maybe? But it's not, maybe this is no defense. Can I take? But it's also hanging on a6. And now maybe, but or do I have rook c2 maybe? And then I win the pawn on c4. But there is some threats that way looks about equal, maybe. Queen take.
What do you think about this position?
This is very unclear position. There are weak pawns. b3 very weak, a6 very weak, and also c5. If white could defend this b3 pawn, then I think white is better. Because c5 and a6, but rook
If not, then maybe black is better.
yeah, maybe, but I'm not sure. But if I can play this move to defend,
Yeah.
then I maybe can double up or something like this. But there is this.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure what's happening in the end. After all these exchanges, I take. Because I also have this. If white could capture the c5 pawn. But maybe rook c2 looks natural to threaten the knight and the pawn behind. Maybe. For example, this now I'm just lashing out some moves. And with these bishops and yeah. Not clear.
Yeah.
But because this is protected passed pawn, maybe stronger than this one. But still, you should expect a draw.
But instead of taking a d7, can't you just play bishop f6?
There is a lot of other moves in this variation, I can promise. And he played rook a3. So now there is a chance to take on c4. And maybe you should. Maybe not just a chance.
Yeah.
Maybe. We take a look at Nils, because he didn't play quite what we expected. He played king f8. He didn't take on b2, he just wanted to come with a king to save his pieces. Jobava took on d7, bishop took back, and then he defended on a2. So he survived, and then he will march his king, and then it's safe.
Is it like a draw?
Yeah, probably. Probably. Black can put maybe his rook on b7, and then king e7. And it's hard to see how white is going to. What with the king on c3, b2 is defended.
Couldn't you take on b2?
Maybe he could take on b2, but he didn't do it, so probably it was not good. We trust the players always. And in this game, we are now heading down this exchange operation. Take on c4, took back, took on b2, exchange, and took. And now black is a pawn up, so white should, or should I play? No, no point. Do I have any other move than take on a6? Is there any other move? I don't think so. And in this game, nothing is happening. But I still have to ask, what's the time in this short Blomqvist? Because these times are not correct. I ask my friends over there. Short Blomqvist.
White has 30 minutes left and black has 10 minutes left.
30 minutes for short, like before, but now black has 10 minutes left, not like before. It's a very good sign that black is in big trouble.
Yeah, I reversed the times before, but...
Black played rook c8. Just so he can take back with a pawn in e6 when we take. But we are not going to take on e6 now. So what do we play? Rook e3 or knight f5? I was just about to say that rook e3 looks very good. Yes. So knight f5 or rook e3?
Rook E3.
Rook e3, okay. It's the vote. We try this one. And is there any problem on the back rank? But there is big problem on this side, at least. So Blomqvist, he must try to, but there is nothing. I wanted to try a move like this, for example. Something like this, because now there is also a mating threat. But I don't think I played white's best move all the way. But maybe a variation like this makes us go for knight f5 instead. We cannot take this one because it's mate in 2. And if you take this one, the rook is coming, and we have this beautiful knight. That's nothing to analyze. So knight f5, and I'm not sure what's black's next move. Maybe stop rook e3, but then I think there will be other problems on the back rank. Let's say we play check, and we take, and we go here. Okay, it can go back actually. Very lucky. But we had, okay.
Then you have 97 at the end.
Oh, beautiful. But
No story.
not so beautiful. But knight f5. Okay, and we are threatening to come here, so he wants to put his rook on the 3rd rank maybe. But now we need just one small little So where is the win?
Why not rook f3?
Rook now.
Yeah, and then if you take the same one,
Yeah, you
then you take the bishop.
Oh, this is something extra.
It works.
If it works, it's good. But
You don't check in between.
But you also.
yes, I forgot to give this check. Yes. I forgot this check. And now take. Say he has to take, and this, and now this should be winning.
But what about queen f1? What happens then?
This was a little bit tricky because we cannot take it. Then we are mated. So I guess I have to play this. But I can't just take it, or you are giving all the checks you can, and then when they are finished, it's over. One more. This is winning advantage for white. We will just see how we will finish it off. Knight f5 looks very good. I guess this is also good. Niels, there is a lot going on. We had this, king f8 came, and exchange, and rook a2. The king went to e7, king d2, bishop c6, so that he can oppose the rook on b7, king c3, rook b7, rook a6, king d7, e4, king c7.
How many moves?
31 moves, and Niels has 4 minutes left, and his position is not so fantastic anymore as it was, or as we thought it was, I should say. Because now white can play e5, for example, and then start to push pawns on the king side. And the white rook is more active than the black rook.
So how is the position?
Black is not winning, but for sure.
And white? Is it draw?
We hope for a draw, but I'm not sure. Now he is playing for a trick. If you take, he wants to take the bishop. Take with check. Take the rook and win the pawn ending.
But isn't white simply better because of
Yeah, better.
the rook, but also much bishop is better?
Yeah, but it should be this pawn that's.
Yeah. Okay, I see.
But I agree. I think black can never be better. That's impossible because he has no active plan anymore, which we see, for example, with this move. But maybe he can just exchange. But maybe then the king is.
Can't the white just exchange the b pawn? So it's not a problem.
Yeah, but the more exchanges, the easier to make a draw later on. Maybe. And Jobava played e5. So now it's a very good structure on the king side with the pawns on the white squares for black. It's not so good. And he has more active pawn moves to make if he wants to. So I think actually now black is in trouble.
F5 maybe for black.
F5. Yeah.
F6, rook F8 and F6.
But then
Should I take or should I?
let it be because the white bishop.
Yeah, but now I cannot enter maybe. So this could be a good idea, but maybe I can h3, g4. If I give this check, is black going to play rook b7 then now? And the bishop ending is draw or what? Because we cannot reach, he will oppose. So now maybe it's difficult to do anything. But this is not an easy move to make with 2 minutes left to play f5.
I'm thinking you have to stop white somehow, or can just expand otherwise with g4 and f5 and do something.
Play g5 maybe. Or maybe just exchange the rooks. I'm not so sure. And for white it's not so important to know if he's winning or not. Because he just makes good moves and see what happens.
But could it ever be a disadvantage for black to exchange power rooks?
Yeah, if the king is entering, it's dangerous to exchange rook. Now he played f5, so he stopped this expansion from white. We take a quick look at what we had with Elyanov. He didn't take on a6, but he played knight a4. Harika took on a4, the rook took back, and she played bishop h6. So now white can take on a6, but then it's equal. I guess she wants to play something like to put the bishop on d4. Elyanov took on a6. She can also attack the c4 pawn, of course, because it could be dangerous there. Because I'm not in time to. Is it this? This? Then come. Might be possible to play even like this, because this bishop on d4 compared to the bishop on g7, it's a little bit because I'm tying down white to this f2 pawn always. But maybe it's too much to give the c5. Maybe it's not necessary. Took. I can also play, for example, rook c2. Just attacking this pawn. Or rook b4.
Rook b4 wins the pawn, doesn't it?
Mm. That's what she played. And now what will he play? How can he? Is white fighting for a draw, a pawn down?
It's a bit like we had in the previous analysis.
Yes.
I think this is better version for black.
Yes, the very smart move is bishop h6 because it's stopped.
Yes. But now, if you play rook a7, you can also defend on the simply with rook e8.
Yes. And then I take in the next move. And this bishop, then it needs to be somewhere else. Maybe white needs to play something like even f4 and e5 to get some, but then the pawns will be very weak. So I'm not sure it's possible, but now we will see. There was played rook a7 and rook e8. Okay, this game has finished. Rook knight f5 was played, and it looks like he took on f5 and the game ended with this move.
Because it's mating two.
Because it's mating too. But why did he take on f5? Okay, he didn't see it in time. Took on f5 and then realized it's mating too.
So he took and resigned.
Yeah, it looks like it.
It was a mistake.
It was a mistake that doesn't matter at all because it was totally lost. He could resign also. It was also good. Okay, I guess Nigel Short will be happy to show his game soon. That's normal for the winner.
We need a short break before that.
We need a short break.
Before we have some we need to adjust them.
Okay. Should we?
We can do it now. Well, after time break.
Okay, we play to move 40 and then we take a short break. But that's a lot of moves because you have 15 moves to make.
I think we have 2 minutes break.
And here nothing is going on. F5, last move, Jobava is thinking. Nothing is happening. So how long a break do we need? 3 minutes, then we take it now. Okay, 5 minutes break. And then we come back. Or maybe we can hear Nigel Short later on. Okay, we are back, and we have a surprise. The game short Blomqvist was not finished. It was a technical breakdown. They are still playing, but the result will probably be that short will win. What happened was that Blomqvist played rook a3, short responded with rook e3, and then there was mass exchange. And we have this position after rook takes b3, and we have a fantastic knight against a horrible bishop on f8. But it's pawn up for black, but we don't feel it when we see the position. And there is a very big threat now in rook g3 check and take on f7. So I guess this must be totally lost for black. With such a bishop on f8, you will never survive. There was a check. The king went, and now there is something wrong again with the moves, because now it says on my screen rook g1. Is that possible?
No, that screen,
On that screen,
nothing happened yet.
nothing happened yet. So we ignore this move, rook g1, and we change board, and we go to. We had this position with f5 was the last move. This is Jobava against Gandelius. Jobava took on f6 and took back and gave a check, and now.
No, that's wrong. But it's incorrect.
And now Niels didn't put the rook on b7. He didn't want to exchange rook, so he played bishop b7. g4 was played. Rook g8. So now he's trying to activate his rook, Niels. Bishop d1 and king b6. And now the white rook has to go back, probably all the way. Maybe a4. This way. So black has, maybe can try something like f5 or h5 to activate the rook. And now they have made 37 moves, 3 more moves to make, and Niels has 2.5 minutes. So that's possible to manage. This was what they played. Queen f1. There is no threat. Queen g4. And now it says 1-0. We hope it's correct this time. It looks correct because after king h8, rook b8 is winning. Yeah. Yeah. So now it should be correct this time. So impressive win from short. We have the game Elyanov Harika. It was like this. Elyanov played rook c7. Harika took on c4, so now she's a pawn up. Rook a1 was played, and now there is this rook a7 threat and also rook a5. So she played rook c1 and take. And now Elyanov could have taken on c5, but then there will be bishop to d4 or bishop to d6, and it's immediate draw. So white is trying something more. Bishop f1, threatening bishop b5, and then trying to attack. King f8 was played. Bishop c4, hinting at d6. rook d8, g4, bishop b2. Here we have Mr. Short. I'm sure he wants to speak about his game.
I didn't have the last move of my game, unfortunately.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, sure.
So everything was under control all the way? Yes.
I think I was doing okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should I maneuver?
Yeah. Well, make the first few moves. I don't really have too much to say. It's all been seen
thousands of times.
Yeah. A huge number of times. So
did you expect it?
Actually, I was looking at it this morning, so I think the answer is yes. I mean, I can't. I mean, I had to look at some other things as well, but I did think this was a very serious possibility, and I mean here, this move, bishop g. I've had this position about 4 times, I think. I even had it in the candidates final against Jan Timman. I played knight g3 there, and I've also played knight h2, which is, I think, the most common.
This move, yes.
Yeah, and this is all. Everything is a strategic fight. Well, knight h2 is actually slightly more logical, but everything is a strategic fight for the d5 square. Because black really has to play c6 at some point in order to activate this bishop, and furthermore,
this.
Yeah, that's right. And there are games here, and in fact, White's results are pretty good. Although I think theoretically, black is absolutely fine.
Yeah.
So I played this bishop g5. I kind of noticed this was possible, and well, I don't want to talk too much about it, but the idea is again quite a simple idea that it's all involving the fight for d5. So, you know, I noticed in many of these lines this bishop is really stupid on c1. It doesn't really have a good square. So I thought, why not play bishop g5 immediately? I'm not certain that my opponent came up with the best plan.
No.
He was rather surprised by this. So, you know, the people who'll be watching this, you know, I mean, they'll have their engines, and there will be suggestions. But I thought to a degree he justified my play because, you know, I mean, other moves are possible here, like bishop e7 and so on, and h6, and there are many other ideas.
He played it like you have played knight h2.
Yeah, that's it. That's right. Yeah, it was like he was, I don't know, hoping to transpose or something.
Yes.
But it's my pieces are much better.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
So
he played knight c5, and you of course went back.
Yeah.
So he played a normal plan.
You say, of course, it's actually there are other moves. I mean, I can even play a move like A4 here. You know, so there are other plans. It's not obligatory to play bishop c2. Anyway, that's another story.
Yeah.
Okay, so bishop
c2 and c6.
Yeah. Yeah, but now my knight is coming to e3. And well, there is a possibility here just to directly take on d5 and just And this is,
play like
knight takes d5, bishop takes d5, and I take on f6.
Yes.
And take. And it's one of these positions where, you know, black might try knight e6 and knight f4. Because actually, if he doesn't get something very quickly, he's in huge trouble. Strategically, he's in very, very big trouble. And this bishop is very stupid on f8. So, you know, if I can keep control on d5, then this is a, you know, this is very good position for white. But this is possible. It's an idea, but it looks a bit suspect, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Okay. So a5.
I thought about.
Yeah. Well, I just play bishop f6. Yeah.
You just take.
Yeah. That's you just. I can play b4 and a4.
Okay, so you play like in.
Yeah. So a5. It's an interesting move. Actually, in the candidates final against Sigeman, he did something with knight c5 and a5 very quickly. It was a different line. I had my knight on this stupid square g3. Here it's much better. So it looks like b4 should be a good move here because I play on the
I thought you should that you could play the same.
Well, I thought he might get b4 there. b4.
Okay, so
that's and he cements the knight on this square. So strategically, this is a sound idea. But a5 actually makes my play with b4. It makes it more dangerous, actually.
Yeah.
So I think this plan of just occupying d5 just sort of directly is a little bit too primitive. Yeah. So knight d7, and as you say, you often have these ideas of somehow trying to occupy d5, the recurring themes. But here I liked a4 because actually I'm playing in a different way altogether. Because you know, if he's taking on a4, the bishop is coming onto this diagonal, and this diagonal is, I mean, it's a real nuisance for him. The rook is terrible on e8, and there are all sorts of tactical themes there. So queen c7, I think, was. Did you check all this with the engine?
No engine used.
No, okay. Yeah, and I thought this was the best move, but I thought I played quite well, actually. I thought this was a good plan to take, and the next few moves I quite liked. It took me a while to try and understand what I should be doing, and I've got to be quick because if you hesitate in these positions, black can get a very good game. So so queen takes is correct. Takes on c3, and I took on a5.
And he must
take back. And then I went rook c1, and this is very important, I think, because I'm somehow playing tactically. Against the queen and with ideas of bishop b3, and I've got all sorts of tactical themes against f7. Actually, it's I expected queen b4, and I like this move.
Very nice move.
Yeah, it's a nice move, knight here, and the point is, when knight takes g4 is possible. I played bishop d2 and queen c5, and I was just going to. I mean, actually, I was just going to take on g4, and it looks like a clear advantage for white, because he still can't take on b5 because of bishop a4. and it's very unpleasant, this position. And suddenly bishop b3, knight g5 ideas. It's very similar. There was one of these Karpov. There was one of these Kasparov-Karpov games in this line where actually he just sacrificed a pawn. I got a much improved version of this. At some moment he just gave up a pawn and played with 4 pawns against 5 on the king side, and he got some raging attack, which he eventually won. So that was my idea. I barely considered queen b5 because I just thought it was going to be mate.
Yes.
And it was.
Yes.
So, I was honestly surprised because I just thought that's got to be mate. Whether it's mate in 5 moves or 10 moves or 15 moves, I don't know. I just, it's my view, you cannot defend a position like this. Okay, so after takes...
Can you give an exchange for a pawn somehow?
Well, how? Actually, there was one interesting point, because I completely missed this in the game. Go on, just have a look. So queen... Yeah, so bishop f6. H5. I completely forgot about this. I just played bishop. It's like one of those stupid moves that you can. No, I played rook b1 first. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yes, rook b1.
Yeah. So I have to go back. Yeah. So I went with b1, queen a6. So I just completely forgot this was legal. I can play bishop takes g7, so it's probably good for me anyway.
Yes.
Takes on f8, and I can take on d6, but it's I mean, it was just like momentarily, you play this move and you think, oh my God, what did I do? But okay. Anyway, so knight takes is kind of logical, and a knight h4, and I mean, my view is it's just
over.
It's just mate. And probably I didn't do it in the best way. Okay, so
good enough.
Bishop c8. Bishop b3. And bishop e6 was good, and maybe it wasn't. I don't know. I think it's good enough.
Yes,
I think it's good enough. Rook c8. I just got momentarily confused after this, and I played knight f5. Because I was just trying to get rook e3 to work, and my head was going round, and because of rook a1 and. No, I mean, actually, I was thinking I wanted to sacrifice, rook g3 check, and now king g7 is forced.
Bishop
g7, excuse me. Knight f5, rook takes b1 check, king h2. It's check. You can't.
I was too optimistic.
Yeah. And just there's rook takes b3. Rook takes b3. This is the and it's running. And I was starting to go a bit crazy here because there were different ideas, and there were other possibilities for me, and I was just getting confused. And then I thought, fuck it, I'm going to play knight f5. I mean, just I couldn't be bothered calculating, so I just put a knight closer to the king.
Yeah, and he cannot take it.
So he can't take it. So okay, the next few moves, rook here, rook here, and now it really is mate in so many ways with rook g3 and queen h4 and bishop takes e6 and everything. So. So takes twice here, and yeah, it was rook c1 check. Yeah,
No
king
defense.
yeah, queen f1, yeah, queen g4 check, king h8, queen g7 check.
Oh, you are playing it. Okay.
That's the way to
That's
do it.
the move you wanted to show.
Yeah, I wanted to show off the bloody board. Yeah, I was waiting for the gold coins to be thrown on the. You know,
Why was it not shown?
It's there now.
It's there now.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
it was too late.
Okay,
you know.
because I said,
I was
okay.
just hoping for the rapturous applause after that. You know, it's quite interesting because, you know, all those years ago, many years ago, I'd play in the Soviet Union, and of course, when you would beat one of the, and you'd have a packed audience there, absolutely packed out, and then you would beat one of the Soviet players, and there would be stony silence. I mean, nobody dared to show any appreciation of this. And then a bit later on, I would play in, you know, some other events like in Yugoslavia, and you play in the Sava Center in Belgrade, massive auditorium there, and you would play, and you would be playing one of the Yugoslav players, and you would play a nice game, and you know, thunderous applause, you know. So I thought, well, here's the great difference here, that the Yugoslavs are real chess lovers. They can appreciate a nice game when you see one. But then later on, I was thinking that it was the Croats who were cheering when I beat the Serbs, and it was the Serbs who were cheering when I beat the Croats. But that was what I understood later on in my life. Anyway, it was a pretty move, wasn't it?
It was a pretty move. And it was played.
And it was played.
And it was resigned at this moment.
Yeah.
It was a very nice game. I was actually talking about like the Sveshnikov variation. You also see positions like this with a good bishop against a bad bishop.
Yeah, sure. That's it. You know, there's strategic things. It's just a question of whether you can make use of them. And I mean, this pawn sacrifice, I mean, it's as I say, I didn't even, it was so obvious to me that the position is completely lost after I didn't even bother to think about it, really, you know. So
you're taking my words.
But
it's very instructive.
Yeah.
To see this attack with opposite colored bishops and so on.
Yeah. Good. Thank you very much.
Good luck tomorrow. And during this, one game more has finished. There has been a draw. Elyanov against Harika. Opposite colored bishops. And now we will hear everything about this game.
I promised you that I'll come.
Yes, you promised yesterday if you make a draw, or even if you win, we hope, of course. But so this was a good result.
Yeah.
And your preparation was finished after 2 moves. Yes.
Good that I didn't see much. I mean, I didn't expect this, but I was sure that I won't get theory, so I didn't see much. I tried to save some energy.
Okay. So there was not so much preparation.
No. And here, I mean, I played different setups with d5, e6 or g6, and to get double fianchet to g6 and b6. But I wanted to make it complicated, so I thought I'll get into fianchet to King's Indian.
You want to?
Yeah, it's okay. So here, g6, And when I got this position, I can either go for castling and normal fiancé to King's Indian, or there is one game of Hare Krishna versus Nakamura where he played this idea bishop d7, queen c8, and over the board I thought I should make it interesting.
Yes, yes.
And that's the reason I have. I wasn't sure whether bishop d7 or maybe even bishop f5, which move to play, because both felt okay, bishop f5 and queen c8. So I thought instead of getting into this theoretical King's Indian, I'll try to do something over the board, and it felt interesting to get bishop d7, queen c8. And idea is when white plays bishop g2 and castling, I'll play bishop h3 and exchange this fiancé to bishop.
Like this.
Yeah.
Yeah. And weakening the king a little.
I'm not sure if it's weakening the king, but yes, like I'll just exchange this good bishop, fiancé to bishop.
Yeah.
And
but he
yeah, he played h4.
So he stopped it.
If I play h5, I thought I'll just waste a move. So anyway, he cannot play h5. He just wanted to stop bishop h3, I feel. So I played castling, not to waste so much time. Yeah. And c4, c5, and c3. Yeah, knight c6. Here,
I thought.
No, it's
again.
It again
It's
gets simplified.
Simple.
Yeah,
it's too simple game. If you play a take here.
Yeah, if I play with my opponent some simple game, I think it'll get difficult.
Okay, so this was.
So I wanted to just make it unclear and see how it goes.
You played opponent more than the position then.
And here nc6, d5, and I'm really not sure what is his position, but over the board I felt that I might be okay with like knight e8, knight d6 and this b5 ideas. Now I don't want to take bishop g2 bishop anymore.
No.
I want to keep my bishop on d7, I think, which is working well because b5 at some point. And I felt it could be okay, and that's the reason I went into this. And when my opponent played queen d2, yeah, I wasn't sure whether I should start with h5 or rook b8. But if I play h5 again, I'll waste a move, and maybe in future I'll weaken this g5 square. So I wanted to wait and also try for b5. So that's why I played rook b8.
I started with this, yes.
a6 had some problems. I don't remember exactly what. I thought okay. Rook b8. I can play a6 anytime anyway. Yeah. a4, a6. And I'm waiting for him to castle so that I can get knight e8 and no h5 threats anymore.
You don't want to move your knight as long as you can play this.
Yeah. I was even thinking if knight e4 is possible. I'm not here, maybe not here before, but I wasn't sure. I thought I should be okay here somehow, knight e4, bishop e4, and I wasn't sure how to continue. If I'll get some, no, here I'll get b5, of course. Here I'll get b5, not here. Some other position when I played rook b8, yeah. Here knight e4.
Instead of a4.
Yeah. Now I'm forced to exchange. And I thought I'll be fine in this position somehow, like with the b5, and at some point maybe f5 can be useful. So maybe first I'll play h5 and then continue.
You want to play this?
Yeah, I'm not sure because my knight is not on d6 anymore, but it's also I couldn't understand how white can break this position, so I just decided to go for this, and I played rook b8. And in the game?
In the game, he castled, and you played a6, a4.
No. In the game, first a4.
Sorry. Rook b8, a4, a6. And then he castled.
Yeah, now I didn't waste my move with h5, and so I got knight e8 directly.
You play
a5, knight d6. And now, I don't want to exchange my bishop anymore.
No.
I felt that my bishop is better than this bishop, so I didn't go with my initial plan of bishop h3. And knight d6, queen c2. Queen c7 I think is good.
Yes.
I have two ideas. One is to get maybe f5, f4, and one when I play b6, b5 directly I'll get ab6, queen b6. So I thought in case if I try to wait still with rook a3 or something to preparing for b5 or something, I thought maybe I can play f5, f4. it could be weakening, but I felt it could.
Yeah, with this rook.
Yeah, I mean f5, f4, like knight f5. Maybe it is interesting.
Yeah.
So I was just waiting for next move either to play b5 or f5, and when my opponent played a4, I just got b5.
I play this and you play this. Yes.
I mean, I just got a b6, queen b6, and now I think I'm fine here.
Yes.
And after rook a3, knight c4, yeah.
And now it's a lot of exchanges. If he takes on a6, you go
rook c2.
Yes.
And I think in like if rook a7, I'm getting rook d8. I think I'm fine there. So knight a4. Here I was even checking of rook c2, knight into c5, bishop g4, and if f3, bishop c. I wasn't sure, but how it is going to end. So I mean, I decided to just take it to make it simple.
Yeah. Because after this.
And I didn't have much time also.
And now the rook is not.
Yeah. So knight a4, bishop a4, rook a4. I mean, I just had to activate the bishop because anyway, if I try to defend, I'll lose one pawn in any case.
So you want to.
Yeah, make it active. A typical plan in King Sigeman, and he played. Rook a6, rook b4, rook a7, rook e8, rook c7, rook c4, rook a1. Here I was even checking bishop f8, yeah. But in less time I couldn't judge the position with d6, ed6, and after bishop f8.
You want to play this?
d6, ed6, rook a7.
Here.
I mean, maybe it's okay, but in time trouble, I felt no point in giving this chances, so that's why I decided to play rook c1.
Yeah, because it's not so likely you will win with this extra pawn.
Yeah, in any case, so.
Yeah, in this passive position.
So no point in giving this chance. So rook c1, I mean, any time white takes rook into c5, it's just bishop a3 and bishop d6, and white can never break this structure.
No, you put the yes.
But he can never get f4. Even if he gets, I think f6, I should be fine.
Yeah.
So
you didn't take. You wanted to try.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe I could have played better, but I couldn't find any other way in such less time, so I just tried to keep the position, and I think after g4 more or less white doesn't have even this f4 chances, and I was quite happy after g4. I mean, I don't know if I should start with h6 or bishop b2, but I think it's more or less I'm totally fine, and there is no problem at all for me. And I think draw is lost.
And now it's just some.
We just played
some moves.
Because any time, even if he gets, I mean, okay. In any case, I just couldn't find like how white would try in this position. So I was quite happy there.
Yeah, I understand. This was good. But you really didn't have any big problems in this game. It seems like.
No, yeah, it looks so, but I'm just happy that I played from move 2 and I tried to play, originally, and it worked out.
Yeah, trying to play complicated chess. That was very good. Good start. And tomorrow you play?
Badur.
Badur, okay. With white?
With black.
With black again, okay. Excellent. Good luck.
Thank you.
We have still one more game going on. It's Jobava against Grandelius. Where were we last time? We were here, check. This was, Grandelius played f5. Looks strange to put one more pawn on the white square, but he wants to activate his rook. Open some files on the king side. So he took bishop f3, and now the rook is entering. King d2, rook f1. king e3. And this is the position, I think. 42 moves played, so now they are having a lot of time again. 50 minutes they got after 40 moves. And we have 4 pawns against 4. Okay, the bishop on b7, not the best bishop we have seen, but the rook can harass the pawns. Rook b1 can give a check, can come to h1. It's very difficult for white to control. And it's also very difficult for the king to enter. There is no way in.
Hasn't position changed now, so black is better structure? No.
No, I think should be about equal, if I should just give a guess. Now come 2 more moves, rook b1, rook a2. It's not so easy to activate this bishop, because it's needed to defend. Maybe you can try something with the king. Or is there a plan for either side? Don't really see a plan. A good plan would be to maneuver this bishop to e4. But this plan is, but sometimes you have to dream, because then you can find the right plan. But this is too much to hope for.
But it's not that bad, it's defending everything.
It's not so bad. And the rook is very active. And white's 4 pawns, there are 4 pawn islands. They are not defending each other long. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
But can't black come in with the king?
Yeah, try to enter with the king, but then the rook is coming. The king. I don't think black should be too optimistic.
I hope he plays very solid.
Play solid and makes the draw that he probably has at this point. It's very difficult to see what white wants.
But is it a position that is easy to play, or is it difficult? Can you make mistakes in this?
You can make mistake in all positions. It's very easy, especially if you try to play for more than it's in the position. If you think there is a draw, maybe I try to play for a win in this drawish position. Then it could easily, yeah.
Yeah.
But okay, let's just go back and forth with the king, b5, b6.
You want to play king b5?
Yeah, and then king b6 next move, and you can make your moves, but how are we gonna...
Okay. If I have to win, what do I do? I don't know. I don't see any real plan for either side. You go here, then you can start to attack this one if you want. Or maybe you can give a check and take one of these pawns. So we are trying to win with black to make it more interesting. But I don't really know how to, because king b4, then I think the rook will enter or not. Now we see he gave a check. also good. King must move, comes here, then maybe rook f1, coming here, going back, and then we start to understand. So we gave a check on e1, king d2 was played, rook f1 was played. If he goes back, then probably a new check. We can play king e2 maybe. What do we play? Maybe back again. Seems like he actually went back to e3, like this. And now there was a check, and this will be a draw. That's a good start. And now it's a draw. Good.
Very good start.
Good start for Nils. Good black against Jobava to make a draw. So there was 2 draws and 1 win. A very nice game from Nigel Short. So there was the upper half playing the lower half, and the upper half had white in all the 3 games, and I managed to win. We will hear from Nils soon. So the upper half won 2-1, normal result. So we will see if Nils wants to talk a little about this game. Maybe they both will talk and I can finish. But 2 is 1 too many, actually. We will see. So Queen G7, is this the move of the day made by Short? So we take a break and we hope that Nils will come back. They're sitting outside. Okay. Okay, that can take hours. I think we stop for today. This game was not too exciting. So tomorrow, 3 new games at 2 o'clock. See you then.